Hello? There we go. Okay. Let's do this. Wow, look at that. I'm not sure how long I'm going to be able to draw today because of my hand. I've been doing a lot of drawing this week, and my hand isn't super used to that, but we'll see how it goes. Hold on. Fossil one. Hello. Thank you for following. I'm just getting started today. I'm just looking back at the last page that I did so that I can remember what the heck I was doing. Okay. This... I forgot her... Hold on. This is actually... I can't believe this. I forgot her glasses. How could I have done that in the last page? I'm gonna just add them really quick, I guess. Let me get this link. That's fine. People know what that is. And then we're just gonna save that really quick and pretend it was there the whole time. Did I? Okay, so she has glasses in that frame. Oh gosh, I'm really good. So, okay, her glasses are in the other frames. They're subtle, but they're there. Maybe I should make them more obvious. Now that I'm changing shit. Just make the lines a little bit thicker. Oh, that actually looks... There. Okay. Okay, so we were here, and then... I kind of just want it to be more. Maybe there's a little bit, but you can't really tell. See the side of it. Yeah. I don't know why I would do that before I actually drew her shoulders, but that's what we're gonna go with, I guess. And then got like... Do not forget the glasses this time. They are an important part of her character. Okay, it's gonna be like that big. We have to remember that. We have to remember how big it's gonna be in the grand scheme of things. I always forget. I always get lost in the sauce, dude. Okay. It's just here. No, I think that sort of design on the sleeve is a bit lower, if I remember correctly. And if it moves and changes, then, you know, mind your business. Then no, it doesn't. And then this belt is like here. Comes up the other side. And then if she's holding on to something, it's thumb forward. So the thumb is over here behind it. And then we've got, and then it goes kind of like that. I remember how hands work. As I look at my own hands, this is kind of what they do. Is her, yeah, kind of make it all black. But I don't make her belt black. I thought I did. What are places that I, hold on. No, it's like it's just going from like 5 pages later. This style is so different. That's a burden I must bear, I guess. It's like a dark, okay. But this is 5 centimeters long, so. What's this? Okay. We're just gonna do a little thing. Oh, nope. Not that. This. There we go. Okay. And then just... Oh, yeah, we have to draw her forearm as well. That's an important part of the person's body. Okay. Cool. And then he's... got the big sleeves that I like. What does that share with? So I made him pretty long, skinny, but in big robe, like, well, ribs. So we're just gonna. Alright, so these are. This is kind of straight across, and then I gave him like a little. How does the circle go? Something like that. Okay. We're getting serious. And then this here would be like the door. Like, Okay. Water break. Oh, wait. Save. I need to save. And then water break. So here's what I did for the last page. So for this one. There we go. I think I need to do a little bit more here, maybe. Sometimes you don't do quite enough on the rough side, and you've gotta do a little bit more here. I think it's not. No. That's. No. No. So boom, 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 boom. That's the way a hairline works. So it'd be like that. And then That's the way a head works. And then her hair. Inking! I was able to do the lettering and paneling, and now we're inking. Well, it did get a little bit lost in the sauce with the side. You know, sometimes you've got to really plan out a side profile. But we're inking. See, look, we have one panel. We have one panel inked. And now we're working on the second one. So, we're getting there, we're getting there. Yeah, but I did all of the lettering and paneling for all of these frames, except for the last one, because I want to hand letter it like I did the logo of everything. So like this guy I did like by hand, so I just want to do the same thing last time. But everything that's text that's like typed, I've got in here. So yeah, we're moving and grooving. Yep, and then we'll be done with chapter 1. And then we gotta do chapter 2. I think, actually, if that's the head, then this would definitely be like starting here. Like that's where like the band would be, and then this would start like here. Probably just like that. Yeah, it's very exciting. I'm just gonna I like the texture of this brush because I can just sort of do like this. Kind of. And then I like fill in this part. For most of the like black hair, like I do it for Morty, Anzie, and Dahlia, where it's just a void. I'm like, I love just drawing a void. That's my favorite thing. Just do the outline and then ink it in. They're just all voids. I love that. Okay, what else am I doing? Okay. Yeah, and then I just add little baby hairs. That's a little bit of a bald spot, so we're just gonna fill that in. And then here, a bunch of little baby hairs. I think the eyes would be lower, considering where like something about this feels off to me, and I think that changed it. I think hold on. I think that might be it. Yeah, I think that might be it. I think that maybe was what my problem was. Yeah, okay. Now this is a box. I love just drawing box. That's great. I do, and maybe we get like a peek of his like the smallest little. And then we get here. Yeah. Yeah, we've all got habits. I mean, hey, kudos for making a bald character because I feel like if I made a character bald, I wouldn't like I feel like I would make their eyes or eyebrows in a weird place. Like I feel like I would make the forehead super small in a way that wouldn't in a way that wouldn't make sense. Okay, now I need to actually ink it. God, I was so lost in the sauce that I forgot that I wasn't even on the inking. I was still sketching. God. But no, that looks weird. I think just making it like that would be enough for people to be like, yeah, that's glasses. But I did, once I figured out how hairlines worked, once I figured out that they were basically like curve, little thing, curve, and then like a little, that dude, you know, having a character with like a buzz cut was so easy. Having a character with a buzz cut is really choice once you figure out how hairline work. Hold on. I'm like offset. There we go. And then this guy, and then this guy, this guy, this guy, star. You curve it with the head is so important. Curving it with the head is so important. Even if it is all gonna be a black void. bring that down a little bit. And just do a little like and then that gives it just enough information for people to be like, I know what this is. I know what this is. This guy. And now, I did mention when I started that I'm not sure how long I'm gonna go for, because I'm not sure how my hand's gonna feel, especially since I've already done a lot more drawing this week than I usually do because I'm on vacation. But I want to ink at least this page, but we'll see how my hand feels. I might just have to take, frequent breaks and stuff. Gosh, I've been listening to these piano covers of Legend of Zelda all week in a way that I'm like, do I just want to replay like Tears of the Kingdom? Do I just want to open it up and start a new file and play it again? And do that for the rest of the week. Do it all Memorial Day. Instead of anything else that I plan to do. I haven't given in to the urge yet, but it's close. I do think that's fine. And then Okay. Oh, we also need to make the little, like, angry lines that are happening here, like the... Here's where his eye is, here's where her eye is. So... Wait. Yeah. Save. I'm about to save. I think... when he hears the crash, having him, like... like, turn around. And then his face is somewhere, like, yeah. And then his grimy little... Yeah, he's like... this? Right, that goes straight across. These are like here, but he's still facing them because I feel like that would just make more sense to the reader that he's still facing them, but that he's like, oh shit. And I think if I have it like this, then that would make it even more clear versus having the same design that's on the front, on the back. Let me see. Is like... like, this is in shadow, and this is in shadow. Something like that. Okay. So I did very basic refs last time. We still need to give ourselves a little bit more info. Get a little bit more detailed in places. Okay, it's gonna be that big. It's gonna be that big. Like, it doesn't have to be, I need to not freak out about this. Okay, I made her eyes way too far apart and kind of scary. So I just need to... Oof. I really tried to give them all, like, a pretty distinct face shape and body shape, but there are some overlapping similarities. I feel like the most with Morty and Z, I think their face shape is pretty similar. And then they both have, like, the black void hair. Which, you know, maybe next time I'll have them be more varied, but I think I did an okay job in that regard. Because I think if you look at all of their silhouettes, you can tell specifically who's who, which is what I was going for. Wait, how did this get? How do Poppy's eyes look again? I haven't drawn her in a hot minute. Where is she? What's one of the... where I really like how I drew her. I think. Oh yeah, kind of. I like the way I drew her here. So just sort of like a classic. I see. Okay, I'm just gonna go this way because it feels like this is sort of the direction where it's like least to most comfortable person I am with drawing. We're getting into the fight scene music again. I want this to be chill, Tenno Village music. There we go. Okay. We need to stretch. Okay. No, I made the glasses too hot. Here. That makes more sense. Okay. Okay. No, I need him to look more surprised, but like not surprised in the what's happening and surprised in like, oh no. Mhm. We need to do something about the mouth, maybe. What should this mouth be doing? Hold on. Let me do this instead. Something like that. It's so small, dude. It can be okay. Like, that's fine. There, I think that. I don't know if that makes it better. I feel like it does. Oh yeah, I'm making it full. Maybe I think this needs to be bigger, but he needs to be a little bit bigger, maybe. Didn't really think this head needs to be. Where is it? This one. I guess that's fine. Not that one. Okay, if her arm is coming up this way, her hand is probably going to be in a fist. So then the thumb is coming. No, hold on. This is where that fist is. Honestly, with the way that everything else is pretty cartoony, I think something along the lines of this would be fine. So we can go into more detail here. First, let me see. Okay. I actually like that better. I think maybe I could do more of like a and then this would be more like no, that's fine. A little there. And then Ugh. Probably something like that. This would be higher up. Okay. A little handbrake. Hmm. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I think I'm going to actually, before I do that, let me do this. Okay. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'll leave you with the tunes. Hello. Hello. Sorry that break was longer than I thought it was gonna be. I had to walk. Had to walk the dog, and then I got a snack. I got a snack. Chips and salsa. Okay. Would you be able to get like the ASMR crunch? Okay. I think we have pretty good foundation. We're mostly done with the inking on this page. Mostly done. Hmm. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. She's so angry. God, she's so angry. She's so angry and angsty all the time. She doesn't know what to do about it. She might have a little bit of an anger problem. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny anger problem. You know? It's not like that's gonna be like kind of her whole thing as a character. Well, it's not gonna be her whole thing. It's gonna be 50% of her thing as a character. It's not like I named her Poppy literally after the war flower. That symbolizes war and death and violence. Violent deaths. It's not like she's named after that. No. Why would she be? Hold on now. Actually, I feel like if we're gonna make her body this big, I think we need to make her head bigger. Oh gosh. Okay, I do think that looks better. Okay. Is this, I made this full blade like the other one, so I'm going to. This is the ribs, and this is where the stomach is. So I think, actually, this is, because she's twisting like this. So maybe this is over here. This is like up here, but you won't really see too much of this exactly. And then like, this is what like a collarbone does. Maybe, I don't like that actually, maybe something. I do like that more, I think. I think I need to make something about this just feels too big, even for Poppy, who has canonically. I also need to add her neck. Having a neck is so important, actually, that she needs. I think she needs one. She probably needs a neck. And then, hold on. I fucked this up. I fucked this up bad, I think. This, and then this is, that's what I was missing. That's what I was missing. And then, of course, missing a neck. But now we have that, so we're good in that regard. And then, because I think in the next page, she's like, yeah, like one arm is lower than the other. Maybe I have to flip her? I think maybe I have to flip her. I always fucking get that wrong. I don't know why. I hit you with my head. Hold on, you need to back up. I kind of fucked this up. This is. So there it is. And it's like. Okay, we're gonna save. We're gonna do a little salsa break. Yum, yum, yum. Something like that. Mm. I'm just sort of making up the way that his face looks on the go. And sometimes that's what you need to do. I wonder. If we can make him doing like this thing, like the dang it. I'm not sure if that exactly comes across. There we go. That looks pretty good. Oh wait, not that. This needs to be orange. This, we don't have a color. Okay, one last chip. God, if I had an emulator, it would be over for this comic. I would just be playing King right now. She's kind of giving Tim Burton right now. But that's fine. can't remember. We actually need to rotate her. Too thick. No, not thick enough. That's good. No, the angle here is off. It's gonna be like... Ow. Hit my leg. Standing or sitting still. I'm so graceful. Okay, we're getting a little bit too... Okay. And then we have her hand. Okay. We definitely need to add Something like that, I think would work. Boom. Inking of one page done. Oh boy. Now the next page is a big one. The next page is a big one. I think I'm just gonna start on Poppy and go from there. Okay, I'm getting too lost in the sauce. But I also don't want to start on this perspective. Maybe I can do like all of the easy shots on all of the on all of the pages. Like just go around. Maybe, I don't know. Hmm. No, I think that would be longer. Dang. Poppy's already done. Okay. Oh, that's cool. It's nice when you can, it's nice when you can run into someone from the internet in person and you're like really chill and you really vibe with them. That's very nice. I finished inking this guy. Well, I finished all of the paneling and lettering for pretty much all of the pages yesterday. And now I have the inking and shading I have to do. I finished this page. I just finished this page, and now I'm like, oh, now I have to do this big scene. And I'm like, oh my gosh, how do I even... I might have to go in. This one might have to be like a double whammy, like I might have to go in with a more detailed sketch. And then do the actual guy. No, that's totally fine. I figured you were probably out or something happened. But yeah, I love like if I'm having trouble sleeping or like I need something, I'll watch a stream and then conk right out usually. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Wait, that's still... There we go. But this is... I think, oh, I cracked open that big poems book. Immortal Poems in the English language. And I think it's chronologically because the first one was, or the first like 2 or 3 excerpts were Chaucer. I was like, ah, yes, old English. That's just what I wanted to crack into today. But I'm not gonna like overwhelm myself. I think I'll do like 1 or 2 poems and then like, you know, more absorb them than like, where's the... Okay, this is like... I made it so that it's kind of floating. to sort of add to that more sci-fi element. Like the bed. My brain's flipping around. Yeah, that was... Yeah, because I was doing some, like, research and stuff. Because I think that's why I'll do, like, one poem or maybe, like, one poet, and then sort of research, like, what they were all about and stuff. But, yeah, at the time, French was, like, that's what people spoke if they were high society and cool. But then he popularized it, and all of his stuff was... A lot of it was, like, the chivalry stuff at the time. One of the poems that they had in there was, what is it, Chaucer's Complaints to His Purse, where it's basically he's talking about how he doesn't have any money, and that one was kind of funny. What is even happening over here? I don't know what I did. I don't know what I was trying to do. I think what I need is to crack this guy back open. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Okay, here we go. This is the Pope's room, everybody. I wanted it to be like she has, like, stuff that people don't normally have. Like, but at the same time, for it to be like a more modest room. Okay, so what's happening over here? Hold on, we need to rotate. Maybe... I kind of made him a bit curved, which I think is fun, but I don't think that I can... I'm gonna do like this then. Ooh, maybe... Not what I wanted to do. Sometimes I press the other pen button instead of the eraser tool. Maybe I need to fix that. I don't know. Maybe this is something that I like. I don't know if that makes any sense to the viewer. But I think it looks kind of cool. In the way that it works. And then this. Oh, that's the other one. That's the other page? Yeah, I mean, all a lot of early comic books, and even some more modern ones, are like sometimes, even in some books, movies, TV shows that you read, you're like, this person had something. Like they had a very specific interest in either bondage or feet or something. Like sometimes an artist is just like almost too good at drawing feet, and you're like, I think I know what you're into. And that's bound to happen when you learn how to draw, because you want to draw stuff that you like. And I watched the did you watch the movie that was about the guy who made like Wonder Woman and stuff, and his like wife and his their girlfriend? This is a pretty good movie. Okay, there's a table right here for sure. Okay, so wait, here's where the wall is, and I think this table is like here. This table's like here. This table's like, oh my god. This is a table. This is a box. It's also a table. Yeah, there's a what's it called? Because it's basically about how he sort of, I think at the beginning of it, he's already met his wife. And it's about how they meet, I forget her name, their girlfriend, and how he sort of combines the two of them, and then that's who Wonder Woman is. What is it called? Is it called Wonder Woman? It's called, hold on. Creator. Oh, it's just called Professor Marston and the Wonder Woman. It's crazy how they also helped make the lie detector test. And then that's where like the lasso of truth thing came from. I just remember that. Well, I'm looking at the thing and I'm like, yeah, they did do that. Yeah, Professor Marston and the Wonder Woman. It was made in 2017. Yeah. Okay, so here's a table, and that table has other shit on it. So the perspective in this comic in general, it might exist, it might not, and I think that's okay. Because sometimes you have to make sacrifices in the name of actually making something versus just thinking about making something and how good it'll be. And one of those sacrifices is perspective. Yeah. Oh, maybe this needs to be higher. Okay, I'm gonna make the other TV. Yeah, the cardiograph specifically. And now we have those Vanity Fair lie detector tests, and that's all because of him. Oh, I did it again. But hey, either way, you know, when you make something, you draw something, and there's some part of you, people are gonna find out something about you, whether or not you want them to. If you make anything. You like this. So that's where she came from. This is where she came from. Boy, oh boy. Hold on, we're gonna save. So I remember to save. I'm also gonna save this while I'm at it. Okay, here's the thing. We need to figure out how this works. Let me actually go back to this. These guys situated. Okay, I think this is pretty self-explanatory, the way that this works. So I'm gonna kind of leave that there. I can't keep procrastinating on this forever. But maybe I can. Okay, I can't put it off now. Okay. Yeah, that's true. We did get season 2 of Sandman though. I don't think they're making a season 3 though. It also, I think, just like takes a lot of money to make that show. Like a crazy amount of money. But I don't know, they might be. Is it the last one? Oh my gosh, I haven't been keeping up with Heartstopper. I'm gonna be honest. Is it the very last one? I need to... I haven't gone all in like the Osmondverse in the way that like I haven't really read much of her books outside of Heartstopper. But one day, I mean, some of them are on like the library app. I want to go back and reread Heartstopper from the beginning. When the last one comes out, I want to binge the whole thing. When the last one comes out, I want to binge the whole thing. And then, well, there's, what is it? Nick and Charlie, like a smaller story about them in college, I think. And then, is Radio Silence the one about Nick's sister? No, Charlie's sister? I think that's, no, Radio Silence is the one about his friend. And then Solitaire is the one about his sister. And then there's the one about like the boy band group, and then there's also Loveless, which I also want to read. The Osmondverse. I need to read them all. Yeah, that's true. But I don't... That's true about Sandman. But I don't think I don't think they're getting a season 3. Like, I think it's like a cost thing. But maybe they are. Because it is a... But I mean, I haven't seen season 2 because I don't have Netflix anymore. Oh my gosh. I need to do a... I need to do like a... Oh my gosh, it's almost June. I need to do like a Pride list. Well, I mean... I, you know, read gay books all year round, let's be honest, but... Okay, I need to draw. But... Maybe I can do the same thing, where it's like, okay, it's Pride Month, I'm gonna read all of the Osmondverse. And that's my time. But yeah, we don't have, as a family unit, because it's like my family's Netflix, we don't have Netflix anymore. So, I was able to watch season 2 of One Piece, and then cancel, but I haven't seen anything else. I think something about this doesn't feel like suspenseful. Hold on. It doesn't feel suspenseful enough to me. Like she needs to be actively pushing against him, trying to keep him from. And then I think that's one thing that, like, she's pushing against him with all her might, right? You can see the strain on her face, but I think that he's, obviously is annoyed. He's like, let me stab you with the syringe, but like he's not really in a like state of peril. Like she's not particularly like winning this fight. So there must be a way. Breaks? I haven't. What is breaks? What's happening? Hold on. Okay. Enemies to lovers boxing. Enemies to lovers boxing. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it on Webtoons. Why hasn't that shown up in my Webtoons recommended before? Why don't I know about this? I can't find it on Webtoons. I am subscribed to it. I just haven't watched it. I just haven't read it yet. But I am subscribed to it. Nice, nice. Okay. I need to add that to the list. Adding it to the list. Okay, books in June. I do really need to finish my Nevermore reread. I say reread, it's still ongoing, but I'm just catching up. Like I'm rereading it to catch up because I fell off of it. And then there's breaks, and then the Osman verse. a lot of the audiobooks for the Othmanverse are on Hoopla, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. And then I have the poetry book, but I'm making my way through that slowly, and I just need to, and that's what I'll do. Okay. What am I doing here? If she's like, she's trying, then nope. Is that what the buzz on my phone was? Oh, that's so cool! A little doodle too. Cute. Yeah, I need to read that. Okay, how does an ivy work? An ivy stand, specifically. That's still really cool though that you got the others signed. Well, now you have the third one for when you see her again. Does this read that like this is more forward, like it's coming this way? Does that read? Oh, she wrote the Life is Strange. That's cool. Drew but didn't write, write but didn't draw. I think it reads. I think it reads. I think maybe it's the. I keep on doing that. Something about. Okay, cool. Cool. Maybe her elbow needs to be like higher up. Like she's like... Maybe that's it. Instead of being down, you can't see but I'm like moving my arm. If she's like this, I think if the elbow would be like here maybe, and like this is up. Like I need to make it so that you can see that this maybe she needs to be moved down a little bit, like in the way that like her shoulder and elbow kind of need to be in alignment here. Like they're like that. And then her elbow's like right here. And then if we bring this guy maybe even farther up, then that would be even more like... And then her head would be like here more, and she's like... Oh yes, hi! This is a comic that I'm working on. It's called Turnus, and it's about a space station and an incurable disease, and they're trying to cure their friend who's also a like religious figure, like a pope. And yeah, they're trying to cure her, but also maybe people are trying to kill her. As you can see, maybe there's a person trying to kill her. Yeah, I really wanted to do something that was like, because she's got Carnation, the character who she's called the like keeper of the Founder's Temple, and then like the founder is like the founder of the space station. So then they kind of like a Bioshock thing where they like worship the founding fathers, kind of like that. But yeah, kind of like that. And she was raised to do it since she was really, really young. So it's all she's kind of ever known. But yeah, so then struggling to... Hopefully we'll get more into Carnation as a person and how she's sort of struggling with being this figure while also being a person. Thank you. Exclusive cover of image number 1. Dang. I got the only times that I've really done, well, I've done the for Ride or Die. I have the soft cover and the hard cover. And then for the guy she was interested in, wasn't a guy at all, also known as the Green Yuri manga. I have both. I don't have volume 2, but I have 2 volume 1s, and one of them's the alternate cover. I actually saw volume 2 at the Barnes & Noble, and I was like, no, I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. It's fine. Because I was there, specifically to, well, not specifically to, I could have gone over by a little bit, but I specifically wanted to spend a gift card that someone got me. So I was looking at the books. I think the ear needs to be farther back. I think with her, like, shoulder hunched over more like this, you can see her struggle more. You need to see her struggling to not die. And he's kind of like almost chilling here. Maybe after this, like, I'll probably stream until dinner's ready. And then maybe after that, I can, because with the amount of instrumental piano covers of Zelda I've been listening to this last week, I'm like, dang, I want to play. I want to play. I want to start a new game file of Tears of the Kingdom and play. That looks too small for, well, I mean, it's a few steps away. And it doesn't have to be anything like huge. I can make the other one bigger. Go. You know what? I don't need to get too hung up on the hangers. What did I make? What does Carnation's like face shape and nose look like? What did I do? Let's go back. Let's go back a year. Okay, I made her look a little bit gaunt. I made her have some sick wing eyeliner. I mean, she's serving, honestly. Can you believe the last time that carnation was in... No, actually, that one was really good. Oh, shit. I already chose. No. I think that looks better. That looks good. Now we just need to worry about Yarrow. I think... I want him to have I want his hair to be so majestic. I'm kind of making up what he looks like. I have a vague idea in my head, but this is the first time I've actually drawn him. So, sometimes you plan out things pretty meticulously, and then other times you just think to yourself, hey, this is as good as we're gonna get in the moment. I need to get... I have a lot of stuff that I need frames for. I have so many posters. I'm limiting myself to not having as many posters because I have so many. I do have to do like a... Hey, what am I gonna do with that Adventure Time poster from high school? Where am I... Do I need that anymore? I love it. Do we need it anymore? I don't know. And then there's a lot of like my own artwork that I've put on the wall, and I'm like, I can just put that away. I don't need to see that every day. I can just put that away. He looks like he's about to play the guitar at her and kill her that way. And honestly, I think that's the best thing I could have done. Should I add like little... Little rips. That doesn't look like a hand. You know what? That looks like enough of a hand for me to get it, you know? Oh wait, I did it opposite. I think that's why it's kind of fucked up. Well... Okay, I think I need to kind of... I kind of need to get this guy out of here. Like the... Oh. Oh. Here's... Nope. Here's a forearm. Nope. The forearm is like right here. And then here's... Okay, and then here's the hand where it connects. Okay. I get it now. Do I get it now? Okay, maybe we need to bring... What do I want to move? Because I feel like this is too much. We can probably... That almost gives it more of a perspective foreshortened feeling. If we... Hold on. Edit, transform, maybe we could skew, and then like... No, that's not it. That's it. And then... Well, that really didn't help my case, I don't think. It's kind of in the same place where it was, isn't it? Okay, hold on. We're gonna do something about this. Okay, I think I can work with that. Do I want to give them high-waisted Kylo Ren pants? Ooh, the urge. The urge for high-waisted Kylo Ren pants is actually... Nope. Okay, yes. Here's the foot. Feet. That's not how the heel works. The heel is more like that. Okay. Is his... I don't think I made his leg long enough, actually. And I also think it would need to, like, go... in a bit. And then we see... Carnation's, like, kicking her feet, like, trying to get some traction. But she can't quite get there. Because he's, like... Because she's trapped under the sheets, her legs are. But she's trying her best. Okay, I actually think that, you know, I was very intimidated to get this, but I think we're making good progress, all things considered. I think the anatomy makes sense. I do think that I need to give him, like, shoes, though. Like, some type of shoes and, like... Oh my gosh, if we gave him a boot. Oh my gosh. Kylo Ren high-waisted pants. A wide scoop shirt and boots. I think I'm cooking. I think I might be. Okay. I think that we can probably start. Okay, I can delete this. That was just to remind me how forearms work. But I think we can probably start inking. Let's start with his face because he's as cool as a cucumber. And that might be easier to approach for me. Maybe he's a little bit, you know. He's got a frown on. Like, he's not. I think maybe something like that. A little bit irritated, but not like. I actually think this sash is going to be more of a dark gray than a. Okay, I messed that up somehow. I think this is too close to it, that's why I messed it up. I didn't want it to be that close. But now, boom. Oh, thank you for the follow. And thank you for saying this is beautiful. I'm trying. It is an attempted murder. Well, technically assassination, because it is for political reasons. Yes, this is for my comic. The link is in the chat if you want to read it. But this, I'm a few pages ahead of where it is on Webtoons, so sorry, spoilers. But you can read up on everything that's going on and why this person is trying to kill this other person. Okay, let's... Thank you. Yeah, it honestly, it ebbs and flows throughout the first parts of the comic, especially. Like, here's one of the beginning pages that I did last, like, a year, like, over a year ago. And so you can see that it does look pretty different. But, yeah, so you can watch my style grow. And then here's the other... A lot of most of the early pages, until I get to page 20-something, are done traditionally. So you can sort of see that in the ink pen scritches and obviously the like hand lettering. But then around, where is it? Is it here? Come on. There we go. Around here, I switched to digital. And so the style does shift throughout, but you know, it's been a few years in the making. So yeah, here's one of the first pages that I did. I still really like how this page turned out. But yeah. So thank you. Yeah, it's a constantly evolving thing. It's very exciting. I personally love seeing in the different comics and stuff the way that throughout like the years of making that comic, a art style will, yeah, the way that it like changes throughout it. Like, I'm thinking about specifically Castle Swimmer on Webtoons, you can definitely see that with her drawings, the way that they change over time. I love seeing that. And, you know, even something as simple as finding a new brush that you really like, or... Hello? This hand is kind of working out. But yeah, something as simple as finding a new pen that you really like, or brush. Yeah, I love Castle Swimmer. I want to get the physical copy maybe someday. Maybe someday. Okay, it's kind of here. Yeah, and honestly, it just sort of depends on my mood, or even like what the most recent, you know, like my comic or art inspiration is at the time, depending on like whether I use thicker or thinner lines, or, you know, and then at the same time, I don't want like what my preconceived notions of what my art style is or should be to get in the way of me experimenting with something a little bit. You know, I think that's sort of the whole point of this comic for me, is to one, like, draw more, and two, like, really play around and experiment with stuff. Like, I learned a lot about lettering and, you know, like, traditional comic book processes for the first 20 pages of this comic, and now I'm learning a lot about Clip Studio Paint and how it works in the later half of this comic. So, and we'll see if maybe for certain points of... How did I make this look? For certain points of the comic, maybe I'll go back to hand lettering stuff, or I'll do something slightly different at that point. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Nope. Hold on. I need to redo this part. Because this would be there. That looks better. And then we can do like a little... Let's go back to this. Rotate and zoom Okay. Before I do anything crazy, I'm gonna look up an ivy stand. And hold on. Okay, so some of them have like a little curl, but some of them are straight. Okay. Oops. I think we're gonna rework this a little bit. That's more like what actual ones are like. And it doesn't have to be 100% accurate because this is a sci-fi fantasy land. Yeah, and this also makes more sense for like how it's being like thrown around a little bit. Ivy stand, but I need a specific width. Bag. Drip. Okay, there's a bunch of different types of IV stands. I know I need a one that actually has a. I need. Okay. Okay, I'm getting somewhere. And I didn't draw the, which, you know, egg on my face. I didn't draw the actual, like, where it's connected to her. So maybe. Let me go back to my. Let's do it more like. How long are they usually? I'm learning so many things about IV drip stands. How long usually? Are they like? Okay, I think that maybe. No. If it's like down here and then comes down here and then comes up, I think that's where it would be. Okay. Okay, well, hold on. It doesn't need to be here. Dummy, her head's in the way. Her head's right here. You're gonna have to erase this. That makes sense, right? I'm gonna say yes. Okay. Now I need to... I think maybe I always have this problem. Something about profiles. See, just nudging it a little bit this way, I feel like just makes it look so much better. Hold on, I need to like... This needs to be like a... I think I made her ear too big. Classic cartoon mistake. And this brush already has so much texture. Actually, that's... I made it completely straight. But the skull is curved. The skull is curved. God. Did I make her head too big in general? I think maybe there's just a lot of the sketches pretty muddy in this area. Nope. Okay. I'm gonna. They do. It's one of those things where I didn't realize how many freaking profiles there were, when you draw comics, how many times you have to draw side profiles. I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, you know, this would really make more sense with a side profile. And I was like, oh my gosh. So it's one of the things that it really improves when you start your own comic, because you're like, fuck, I gotta draw another one. Oh no, I have to draw another one. And it just keeps happening until you get better. Until you get better at it. Which is the sad, sad truth. Okay, I do want the lines here to be like pretty thick in a lot of places to make it like pretty dramatic, which I think I'm doing. I think I'm making it dramatic. So in some regard, it's dramatic. Okay, thank you, West. I hope you have a good sleep. And thank you for checking out my stuff. I really appreciate it. How does hand work? How do hands work? I just drew several of them. And every time I draw one, with the process that I used and the way that I got there, it slips my brain. And I forget once more. Okay. What time is it now? 5? Okay, I need to save. I'm actually doing it. Oh my goodness. I think this leg would come out farther, actually. This one? Mm-mm. I kind of almost want that and then to do like a... Stone. Okay. Wait to rotate and then move here so that I can. Boom. Hmm. What is that? Was that? Is that a dog? Was that a dog sniffing under my desk? She just comes to sniff under my desk to see if I dropped any food, and then she runs away. Not bad, not bad. I think I'm gonna lower these guys just so I can see this end product a little more. I think this hand situation here still looks kind of weird, like behind her. Maybe it doesn't really look as much like a hand as I would like it to. Maybe that helps. All of this is going to be pushed back by the shading and stuff, so I think it'd be good on that front. There's a carpet here. There. Save. Kind of getting tired. Getting a little bit of that like tired headache. That like groggy headache. And my hands kind of, I don't know if I can do these straight lines. My hands kind of aching, but I think we have a place, like just little finishing touches here that we can get to, which I think will be really nice, and then we can get on to the other pages. But I think inking 2 pages, or almost 2 pages, in 4 hours is pretty good. So we'll do that later. Okay. Sorry, I picked up my mic and then hit it on my drawing tablet. But yeah, thank you for being here with me. Here is what we did. We did this guy. We inked this guy. We had the paneling and lettering done from last time. And then we did this guy. Hold on, let me actually... like, go back into it. There we go. And we did this guy. So, I think we did a good amount of stuff. And we'll continue inking the rest of the pages for chapter 1 next time. When will next time be? That is an excellent question. Probably Monday? Maybe I can do something Monday. I won't be doing anything Sunday, and then after Monday, I'm going back to work. My vacation is over. So I think I'll be back to my like weekly 2-hour streams on Sunday. Hopefully, unless something, maybe I can change those to Saturdays, because I think a lot of times it'll be either Saturday or Sunday. Let me look. Is there anything crazy happening next weekend that I need to know about? I do not see anything pressing happening next weekend. So maybe I can stream on Saturday, I think. I've really got the ball rolling on a lot of this, so hopefully my drawing time will pick up after the crazy March, April, May I had. June's our month. June's our month. But the rest of May and June is our month. So yeah, I just really needed a little break from work and a kickstart on this. But now that we've got all of the roughs and paneling done, I think it'll be a lot more approachable to not have a blank page. Especially like for the next few streams ahead of me. So I think I'll do this having all of the pages. I'll do that chapter by chapter, probably, moving forward. But yeah, thank you for hanging out with me. I hope you have a lovely day, and I'm not planning on doing anything on Monday, so I'll probably be back Monday. Bye bye. Bye bye.